Aren't we? Yeah, I think so too. So, yeah, welcome everybody. Unstoppable Stiletzi's back again. And I wanted to play some Age of Empires 2 today, so, yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Yeah, I know some people really liked it last week, so, yeah, I was thinking, you know what? Let's do that again. If we can get even more viewers this time in the short period that we're gonna be doing, that'd be really cool. Super bass, muy basado. So, yeah, let's share the stream with everybody, and then we can get started. It's not a lot of servers I have to do, mind you, so it shouldn't take too long this time. I think the longest we usually have to wait is for like casted game streams, because I have to download all the files and stuff. But yeah, no, we don't have to do any of that willy-nilly stuff here at all, so that's good. Alright, so I'm just gonna share with the servers I know that'd be interested, and then we can get started, okay? That's good. Oh, sure. Let's see what we got here. Very nice. Yep, I'm about halfway there. Yeah, and we just have to do the rest after that. Yep, there. Very good. Just a few more and we should be all set to go. Very nice. Up here too. Over here. Yeah, the mouse pad's still not working, by the way, so I'm still using my mousey mouse to do stuff, which is totally fine. You know, I actually prefer using the mouse in Age of Empires 2, personally, so in that sense, you're really going to notice no difference in my gameplay. Well, you're not going to see any, detractment or anything like that. It's going to be just generally standard quo stuff there, so that's good. Kind of the same as Zero AD. You know, with Zero AD, I actually prefer mouse gameplay over the mouse pad. Maybe I'm, becoming more normie in the sense that I'm actually willing to use a mouse now in the game instead of the silly mouse pad, finally. Wouldn't that be good? Oh yeah, probably could improve my gameplay quite a bit. Not gonna lie, it's not a bad idea. Start moving in that direction. Not at all. Wonder who's DMing me in Discord. Maybe it's Rex. Maybe he wants to join us for some games, perhaps. That could be good. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. I'd love to play some games of Rex again, if he's up for it. Cause you remember he joined us for that one AoE2 stream. Oh, it was really awesome. I really liked that. It was good to have him do some ranked with me. I don't know if I'll go back to ranked again. If you want to see me go back to ranked, I'll do it. But I just feel like the casual games are a lot funner, at least for my ELO. I'm not a competitive player in AoE2. I would need probably hours and hours of super duper AoE2 training to even do that sort of thing. So yeah, if you want to see me turn into an AoE2 Giga Chad, you better start paying me super chats and money to quit my day job, so I can really buckle down and start learning, all the logics and stuff, and preferably again some better hardware too. So I don't have to worry about the keyboard and the mouse pad acting up. I can actually, work my magic with my hands without any issues. That'd be most preferable. Yeah, alright. Let me see. Just one more server to share with, right? Yeah. There we go. I think we're good now. I think we're super good at this point. Yeah. Hope we're getting called by someone. In the meantime, I'll check for lobbies.
Dadgum.
Monk! I need a monk!
Hopefully the dude is here so we can do this. Looks like a good free-for-all. Yeah. Host no está. Yeah. Yeah. Somebody want to host the Black Forest one? I'd join that. I'd be up to join that. Oh yeah, no, I'd rather do Black Forest, honestly. Sometimes the toughest part is actually finding the lobby that you actually want to do. Here, yeah. Do I like any free-for-all type gamies? CBA. I'll join that. Hey, I'm going to join that one. I don't really want to play team unless I really have to do it. Diplomacy? I like that. I haven't done diplomacy in a long time. Oh. Yeah, I like this. Protestant reform. You know what? You know what my favorite diplomacy civ is? It's Berbers. Yeah, I like Berbers. When I play diplomacy, I'll play Berbers. In my language is Martino Lutero, so I'm assuming he's Portuguese. Sounds Portuguese to me. Yeah, that definitely sounds like Portuguese dialect. Kind of like Spanish, but really not, with its own sort of stuff. Yeah, yeah, definitely Portuguese, Brazilian. Yeah, just wait for this thing to fill up. See what happens. Yep. Yep. Are you fine with waiting in this lobby, or do you want me to go something else a bit quicker? Well, I might have to go and move a bag around in a few minutes, so I figured let's just wait in this lobby for now. If it fills up, it fills up. If not, we'll go for something a bit faster. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, I would love to do a diplomacy type free-for-all with the Berbers, but yeah. The reason why I'm doing Berbers is it's like one of the original, it's like the OG diplomacy experience for me. Like, whenever I used to play on Western Europe diplomacy back in HC Edition, I would always pick Berbers. It was my favorite civ. Just the good navy, the good cavalry, the good range cavalry options, the addition of like champions and gunpowder. Just a really good thing, pretty much, yeah. Oh, I'm from USA. Yeah, I'm streaming this from my YouTube right now. Should be fun. If anybody wants to join in. Yep, you're being watched. You're being watched. Big brother's on you. You better watch out what you're saying and do, or the whole world will know. Yes. People say I do. People say I am. People say I sound like one. I just don't see it in me. People say I sound like I'm from Texas, but I'm not even from Texas, to be honest. I'm from the Northeast, so I should, pronounce my R's in a very weird way like a British person, but I apparently don't do that. So yeah, people call me Texan. I don't know what part, if it's northern Texas, the Panhandle, Galveston, El Paso. What kind of Texan am I exactly? I have no idea what kind of Texan I am. So yeah, I think you said you steal my wonder and steal my sheep. Oh yeah. Wait a second. Oh yeah. I'm trying to remember now. I'm trying to remember who you are. Yeah, I kind of remember you. Yeah, yeah, I think I do. Yeah, yeah, you look familiar. I think you are familiar. Yeah, familiar company to me, for sure. Yeah, so yeah. Hopefully we get another good free for all this time. You said I am like, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Now I remember you. Oh yeah, that was from last week, right? Oh yeah, now I remember. We were in that Nomad game, right? Are you the one from that Nomad one? Or was it the Black Forest? I can't remember if it's the Black Forest or the Nomad. Because I remember I did Nomad free for alls and then I did the oh yeah, yeah, now I remember who you are. Big time. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that was fun. I really liked that. That was super neat. Hopefully we get another good game in today. But I'm playing my best Civ for free for all, so I will warn you to be careful with me. Because whether it's land or sea, I will be free with a really nice roster either way. So we're just waiting for this to fill up. About halfway there, living on a prayer to fill it up. Got Romans, Berbers, Sicilians, and Italians. Pretty colorful mix, I would say. Oh, big time. All related to the Punic Wars, I would say, too. Yeah, because you got Romans, Italians, which are pretty Roman, Sicilians, basically Sicily during that war, and then you got, these would be the Carthaginians, right? Yeah, basically. Sort of. Yeah, because of course the Carthaginians were Phoenician, so from basically the Middle East, from Lebanon, but they mixed in a bit with the Berber pup, I would imagine, so sort of like that. Definitely. So yeah, what other Cids are we gonna get? I mean, Romans could be pretty dangerous on the water, right? Italians, I think, too. Sicilians, I can't quite recall what they get for naval stuff. Could look at the tech tree right now, actually. So what did the Sicilians get any sort of like water bonuses? They do not. It doesn't look like they get stuff on their transport ships. Navally, they get just about everything except for these. Kind of a concern. Trying to think what else we have to look at. Oh, what did the Italians get, too, for the water? I thought they got a good navy, too. Like a really good navy. Yeah, everything but the demo ship. I don't always like using demo ships, so this is totally fine. If it was me using it, cheaper techs, cheaper fishing boats. So they're not bad on the water either, NGL. Also cheaper trade units, so if you are playing diplomacy, you can trade pretty well, too. Yeah, definitely. So that should be cool. Yeah, I'll just wait for the 4 others to join, then we can start. Hoping to get some action in here soon. Don't want to sit here yapping all night. Definitely not. I'll start falling asleep. I'll start snoring and go, ugh. That happened last stream on Tuesday, by the way. I actually did start to pass out in front of the PC. I actually did. Because of the heat wave. Believe it or not, I actually started to literally go into a mild heat stroke in my brain and started passing out and stuff. I was comatose, and I wasn't even moving my mouse anymore. I was just sort of, yeah. That was a little concerning, but ended up working out okay. As soon as I sort of woke up a bit, I was twitched and ooh. Accidentally unplugged my microphone from the wire too, which I've never done before, and then yeah, I just said, it's the end of stream, it's not much I can do, whatever's. And I just turned it off from that point, yeah. So yeah, this should be a good game. I'm looking forward to it. Why is it so slow to fill these free-for-all lobbies, usually? I have no idea why it takes forever to fill these things. It's crazy. Definitely. Yep, still waiting to fill up. Punieto. It's ludicrous size, so we're gonna have a huge map here today with 400 pop 2. Yeah, it's gonna be a pretty big map, I would say. Yeah, a lot of gold, a lot of stone, a lot of trade potential. Probably a lot of relics too. Yeah, this is gonna be a big game, big boy game. Good thing about the Berbers is their cavalry's cheaper, so I'll be able to get a pretty good spam of heavy camels and cavaliers throughout the match, which is good. Well, at least more spammable than it normally is for a Civ. We got Pavaninos, looks like another Portuguese Brazil name, just from the looks of it. What Civ will he go with? Who knows? He has to change over his team though, I think. Yeah. Just gotta wait on 3 other ones then if he manages to stay here and not abandon us poor souls again. And he did that, see? Not a good compadre then. Just didn't want to wait it out. Wouldn't that be like a nightmare of a stream? If like every lobby you joined for the whole stream never filled, and you sat there for like hours and hours waiting to join something, and none of the like community in the game that day could get their act together and fill a lobby that you wanted to do? It's pretty scary. I mean, this isn't even really a scenario. This is just playing a normal free-for-all type game with the possibility of diplomacy to be used. Oh, big time. I'm gonna wait it out though a little bit longer. Give it the benefit of the doubt. Definitely can't be sitting here for 30 minutes waiting for lobbies to fill though. Gotta have some actual gameplay and stuff to do. For sure. That's the one thing I'll say about Zero AD, like we did on Tuesday. Those lobbies fill rather quickly. They fill rather fast, so you don't have to sit there all day and wait for them to fill. Because it seems like their community is like really good at sending together a good TG team game. And everybody just joins right away. Probably because their community is super small, so they get the same sort of benefit the Wars of Liberty community does, where you got a bunch of people that want to do something, and since there's not flexibility in lobbies, they all just sort of join on to each other. I'm looking at other lobbies in the browser right now. I'm just trying to see what they got in here. Is anything good, or... I kind of wanted to do free-for-all type stuff tonight if I could afford it. I might just join in and do another lobby at this point, yeah. CBA 6 Tech. I like that. That's pretty fun. Yeah, I'll just do this. Yeah, I don't want to sit waiting for lobbies all night. I want to actually do something here. Oh, and it's the update that has the China DLC civs too to boot, so that's good. Let's just do this then. Sounds like a plan, man. All right, so somebody actually got the woo. Wow, woo 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 woohoo. That's good. The woo and the shoo and the wee. I got the pulls though. The pulls are pretty good. I like the pulls. I feel like in this though, it's better to have range civs because they get like a lot more like range advantage over your troops, and then it becomes a lot deadlier. Melee is just sort of cringe in the end when you're trying to play this.
It is good to be the king. Attack the enemy with unique units.
Yeah, I'm just gonna mass up my U-books at this point. No, they're O-books, right? U-books. My guys with the hammers. I forget what we call them. So this is like a free-for-all, right? I didn't know. Alright, let's do this. Let's go. So what are we supposed to do here? Are we supposed to just like gradually spawn them out of the castle and try to mass up, or what? May as well just do singular hotkey, since I have so much time to play with. I got both Elite and regular Obux. That's pretty weird, I didn't know that. I thought for some reason he had longbow when he was the Brins. I don't know why. I should have known he had fire archers when he was playing. That's on me, man. I don't know. These things are really, really scary. These Wu Chinese fire archers in this. Yeah, when you give them the 6-tech Bodkin arrows, man, look at what they can do. Absolute nightmare fuel scenario. Oh yeah, it is. It literally is. Unbelievable, actually, how they're doing so good. Let's go back to my area, I guess. Yeah. Go over here. Yep. And I'll try to fight the Jian swordsman again. I kind of respect how he's being humble and not abusing his fire archers on me. He probably will once he hits Imperial Age though and gets like 6x bracer. Then he'll really start doing stuff. Start armoring that up now. Man, that was pretty bad. Ugh, big time. Oh, yep, see, all the range civs do better in this, whether it's Koreans or, yep, the Oro Crony Civ, the VW2, the Wu, the Saracens. Anyone that has a ranged soldier does really well in this, pretty much, yeah. I wonder how good those Polish winged hussars would be with the trample attack. Would they be like basically full-on cuirassiers or cataphracts almost? Probably. That's what I could imagine from it. Now, I don't know why this dude isn't even getting arbalists though. You should be getting at least the crossbowmen and trying to fight back a bit. Nah, he's just spamming Shotel warriors. He's getting like no crossbows at all, which makes like no sense. Really. Nah. Definitely not. Alright, looks like the Oro Crony Civ might fall here to the Wu. We'll see. Look at those things, like boop, 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 boop. Look at that, like look at the impact of the oh wow, the thumb ring. The thumb ring turns them into like machine guns with fire arrows. Insane. Oh, big time. It's like crazy. Can't make that up. You really can't. You really cannot. Oh yeah, you can make like onagers in this, right? So you can make the Hwachas if you're with the Oro Crony Civ. Oh yeah, big time. Quite a good addition, I think, to deal with the melee at least. But you definitely want to make sure your war wagons are sniping the fire archers if you want to hold that position, though. If you don't do that, I think you're in deep, deep doo-doo. Yeah. Wait a minute, why is he tanking all the... What's going on, man? No villages lost, right? Ah, no. So why is... How much... Oh, wow, look at all the armor they got now. That's like crazy. It's crazy even to fathom how much... Yeah, big time. Oh, it is. It's like super brutal. Look at how far these rocket carts go too, these watches. Like literally super duper range on them. Like he's literally sitting there for like hours trying to... Oh no, he's fragging his own crony wagons now. That's unfortunate. It's very sad. Honestly, pretty impressed that the Korea is still hanging on here with the watches and the war wagons. Also doing heavy cav archer too. Heavy cav archer's doing pretty well as well. Wouldn't he technically want to go Arbalester though for extra range? Maybe. Maybe for the mobility he's going with the heavy cav archer, I guess. Guess it really depends what you're looking for. Big time. I haven't seen to think about how long it's taken for those keeps to even fire back at the fire archers, yeah. I think you should be using your fire archers a lot more tactically and just sniping the castles directly. That's what I think at least. Oh, he's going in deep. He's going in deep. He's going in deep with the heavy cav archers. Whoa, whoa, look at this. Look at that. Look at that. Going in for the stable. Oh, nice, nice, nice. Good tactic. Good tactic. Very good one. Oh, wow. Look at that, man. Wow. Boy. Let's see here. Seems to be getting a good line going, but he's gonna have to push the advantage though if he's gonna make it. Another villager is down. Another villager is down. Another villager is down. Once it gets to that point, you're GG'd, because once you lose a villager in this, you actually lose stats, and then your enemy gains additional stats. So basically, we're gonna slowly probably see the Urokroinsiv get more stats, and then see the Wu lose their advantage rather quickly now, which would be pretty sad actually. Oh yeah, big time. I wonder how the Romans are in this. Like, do the Romans get like 8 different projectiles out there? Oh, I'm thinking the Chimeras. No, that's the Chimeras. What do the Romans get out of their Scorps? I think theirs shoot faster, right? So I can imagine how fast the Roman ballista technology Scorps are in this. Must be pretty disturbing because you think of how Scorpions operate. They shoot through units. Be like literally blasting them with like a laser right through them, like a huge giant energy ray of some kind. Yeah. And he's going in again with the heavy cav archers. This is pretty smart by Lizard Simulator. He's actually trying his best to snipe as many vills as he can, so that he can actually get some additional stats going. Yeah. P6 lost about 2 vills so far, so I mean he's already feeling the heat a little bit, right? Oh yeah. Big time. So far so good on that front. Yep. Pretty good. Pretty good. It'll be good after this to see what sort of lobbies we can find here. I might even do a team lobby just for the sake of doing it, you know? Just for the sake of changing things up a bit. Oh wait, whoa. We got the Hwatches. The Hwatches are gonna take the castles out. Look at these things. Look at all the rockets. It's like little Rocket Man himself who's shooting his rockets out. Wow, look at that. Not bad. Takes one of them out. I like how he's running right into him to force him to frag. So hilarious. If those guys are still doing that diplomacy, I'd love to jump on and join them too. That'd be great. Big time. But either way, I mean, I think we are eventually going to get a win because Blue is doing a much better job pushing his advantage with the faster soldiers. You know, going in there constantly with heavy cav archers and sniping one building at a time pretty much. That's what's going to win him this thing. Yeah, look at that. Now he's getting out barracks. He's going to take out a gate now. He's going to... I don't know what else he's going to do, but he's going to keep going either way. Yeah. Take up the siege workie shop next. I think now he just has to take out the barracks to get rid of those young swordsmen, then he can really start pushing in deep. That'd be my next move, honestly. Get rid of those young swordsmen. Or is he gonna try to snipe with the war wagons now towards those castles? Maybe. Perhaps. Yep, he's gonna go for it again now, yeah. Here we go again for the next castle. I think he's just distracting with the heavy cav archers and letting the war wagons do most of the work, yeah. Which is super duper smart, actually. Because it means he's gonna potentially get down another castle that way. And less fire archers he has to deal with in the long haul. Take out that barracks now. Who's that? Ah, that's cool. I didn't know they got a hero unit. It's kind of funny, actually. Most of the barracks are gone now, so that's good. But unfortunately, yeah, no. Looks like the rocket carts can hold their own, which is nice. Yeah, I do think Blue's gonna win this now because he just destroyed the whole advantage Purple had, pretty much. Yeah. Now, I wonder if he was maybe, I don't know, if it had like a more spammable range unit like the Shu or the Wii. If he would have been better off, because the Wii gets the Cav Archer, right? The Zangbang Raider, and then the Shu get the Chariots, which would have extra range. So I don't know in that case if he would have been better off. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, yeah, that would have potentially been a really good advantage to have. Unfortunately, is the Wu, your castle unit is the archer, and then your melee unit is at the barracks, so you don't get that same edge at all. No. Big time. Yeah, not bad. Nice, nice, nice. CBA. Let's do it.
Yes.
This guy green up. Alright, let's do it. This is regular CBA, by the way, not the no tech, not the 6 tech or the 9 tech one. This is just good old school CBA with normal tech tree and everything. Hindustani's not a bad one. I mean, it can certainly be useful against, what do they got? Bengalis, Spaniards, Turks. I'd probably go up against the Spaniards or the Turks, I would say, because I got a Huskarl type unit for them. At least that's what I think I should be doing. We'll see, though. See how it ends up going. What kind of a troll game was that? What was that, man? What is that? What kind of map is this? Huh? What was that? Oh no, that was horrible. Oh, what kind of joke was that? Can't even make that stuff up sometimes. No, you can't. You really can't. Alright, let's try again. Let's try a new lobby. I'll play some Return to Rome. I love Return to Rome. I love Return to Rome. If they're offering that, man, I'm joining that. No kidding. I will join that. Random civs. Alright. I'm ready, brother. If you are. I need me a good Return to Rome game, people. Gotta do it. Gotta need a healthy recipe of Return to Rome. It's for those that never played it before, don't own the DLC. It's just Age of Empires 1. Yeah, which is pretty cool. Yeah. If anyone wants to join, they're more than happy to. Well, actually, tell the Return to Rome Discord servers to maybe join in. Let me do that now. I'll just wait here, see if anyone else joins in. Yep. Figured I'd give them the heads up and say whoop 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 whoop. Join. Yeah, that'd be great actually. It's like super duper rare to ever find enough people to do Return to Rome with, so whenever you get one in, just do it. You'll never regret it, man. Age of Empires 1 is such a great game. You wouldn't have AoE 2 without AoE 1. You know what I mean? AoE 1 obviously had so much cool stuff to the meta that eventually he was refined into AoE2, and that's why we have this jewel of a game today. So yeah. It is good that they decided to salvage AoE1 from the disaster that Definitive Edition was and move it over to here, because over here it's a much more comprehensive, balanced experience for people to learn. So that's good. And it doesn't have all those weird kinks that real AoE1 does, like, you know, not being able to garrison inside the town centers and stuff. That made it feel really tough for people to be able to do. Because, yeah, pretty much in AoE1, you couldn't garrison inside of a town center. So, guess what? If you got attacked by a bunch of axemen, you could basically get GG'd right then and there. Here, you actually have a chance to, like, rebuttal and defend and everything, which is much better. Just let the host know I'm here, in case he wants to do it with just me. Yep. It's up to him, though. I'm more than happy to fight him on my own, basically. Yeah. Any joiners? This is a lobby I'll wait an hour to do, a Return to Rome one, because I never get to see this thing. I'll try the AoE1 server too, like the AoE1 server, and see if anyone of them want to join. Seeing if there's anyone worth inviting in, honestly. No idea. That's unfortunate. Yeah, hopefully we can get this lobby filled. Otherwise I'm fine just going in 1v1. Looks like he's got the map up to 6 player size. So it's going to be a little bit crammed if we do it. Pop is about 250. Speed is casual. Resources standard. Ages are all normal and stuff. Yeah. Just try to, like, interact with him a bit to see if he wants to start with just this. Map is Sahara, which I believe is a full land map, right? There's no, like, North African coast to it. So no fishing. Makes that part a bit easier, I guess.
Start the game already.
Yeah, that's the point I'm at. I don't want to have to abandon the Return of Rome lobby, but I will if I have to. It all depends on what else is being offered everywhere else. Is there anything like a Black Forest free-for-all or anything? Because I want to just play some good free-for-alls on Black Forest today, man, if I can. Really don't want to do anything too weird or fancy. There is a CBA open. I don't know if that's the same clown, though, that ruined the last one. Michi, Noob Fast. Arena 4 vs 4. King Tay. Nivanche. I feel really bad about leaving the Return of Rome guy alone here. But I might have to if it takes forever. We could do deathmatch. Maybe. Maybe, baby. I don't know. Do you want to do deathmatch? In the meantime, wait for this thing to fill. Yeah, I'm just trying to see if this thing's going to fill it all. Because I just alerted all the Return of Rome people to come join. But if we're not going to get anyone to do like a free-for-all, whatever he wants to do, then we'll have to come back and check in on him later. Yeah, I think we are. I think we are going to try to go back to like deathmatch or something here. Anything good or... let me find out on this map in this spot. Find out here. Arena 4 vs 4. I might be willing to do that. I might be willing to do that, maybe. Or Mishi. Mishi could be a... Yeah, I could do Mishi. I like Mishi. Mishi's fine.
Yes.
where nobody fills the lobbies up that I want. Ooh, wait a second. Let me leave. I see a Return to Rome lobby. Look at that. Look at that. I'm joining in with those guys. Yeah, I played with Bongo before. Let's do it. Yeah, let's do it, man. I'll go Carthaginian. You will get wrecked. We'll see. Oh, so we're gonna get to spectate something. This is pretty cool. Yeah, I'm up for spectating a Return to Rome game. Yep, this is pretty cool. Alright, so it's going to be a Babylonians versus Phoenicians. Alright, so now we can watch our friend here, Babylonians do his stuff. He's building a house. Then he's going to build a granary next as part of the standard build order. Yep, move all the villas over to berries or fruit, depending on which continent it is. Sometimes it'll be a fruit bush, sometimes it'll be a berry bush, but same idea. It's a stationary piece of food that you can eat from, right? It's a bit different than your standard Age of Empires 2 build order, because in that, obviously, you have herdable animals that you go for first, but in Return to Rome and Age of Empires 1, we don't have herdables, so the best first thing to go for is the berries, because the berries are the easiest food to eat, basically, yeah. Everything else either runs away from you, which is super annoying, or tries to kill you if you try to eat it. So, yeah. Basically, you want to go for the berries first, since that's going to be your most stationary and consistent food, and then you want to scout out and look for other sources of food. You either want to find your elephants or your deer, right? And it's not standard, right? In Age of Empires 2, everything's pretty hunky-dory, you know? You kind of just know where everything's going to be, usually. But in this, it's totally random where both the deers and the elephants will spawn. So you actually have to take a villager out and run around and look for them. Yeah. There's no scout cavalry in this game that you start the game with. So, sadly, you have to take your villagers and, you know, put them at risk out in the wilderness to find stuff. So he did find an elephant, so he is gonna herd that in. Something to note about Return to Rome. Herding is a bit different here. So for Return to Rome, you don't need a whole bunch of villagers to herd an animal in. Technically, as long as you're microing your villager properly, you can actually take down an elephant with only 2 or 3 villagers usually, so yeah, that's pretty good. And look at what he's actually doing here. He's getting 2 elephants at the same time. That's something you can actually do if you're really skilled. You can actually herd one and then space it so that you can get another elephant behind. Because now, basically, you got 2 elephants near the town center, and all you have to do now is just take 2 or 3 vills when you're ready and just hunt down that elephant with a bit of micro, obviously, so you don't lose any vills. Because as in Age of Empires 2, you have to be careful of villagers, right? If you lose any villager seconds because of a villager death, that can be very fatal, and it can lead to you getting destroyed. So you have to make sure that you never ever lose villagers in this game. It's really important. You know, thankfully in Return to Rome, it's actually easier to in some ways, to keep your villagers alive, because the HP on the animal is a lot less deadly. As you know, in AoE 2, you need like 7-8 vills with their bows out to take down the boar once it gets near the TC. You don't need that here. Only a handful of vills is really needed to take down an animal very quickly. So the biggest challenge is obviously the herding part. Once you get the herding part down, then you're all set. Now, the deer is the other example. It doesn't always have to be deer. It can be gazelles or it can be zebra too. These types of animals are the hardest ones to go for because they run away from you, right? And if you walk close to them, notice how they like go off in all sorts of different directions. It makes it totally chaotic to try to hunt these things. So normally, if you find an elephant, you're in a much better position. But if you have to deal with the deer type animals, just be forewarned that you're going to have a pretty bad mess trying to hunt them. And one thing that any expert player in Return to Rome will tell you is, you're never going to get perfect placement. Well, sometimes you will, but it's not ideal, right? In order for you to get perfect placement, you're going to have to pretty much have a really good experience with these things, because they're going to run in all sorts of directions, and odds are your animals are not going to be underneath the TC like you want. They're going to be further out like this, or even further out. So just be aware of that. Yep, so one thing that you might notice about Return to Rome, which is kind of funny, is the granary actually does not store animal meat. Right, you actually store animal meat from this building here, the storage pit. And notice how you see little bits of steak up on the little poles there. Yeah, the storage pit is sort of an almost everything type of resource building. It can hold stone, gold, wood, and also hunted meat. All the granary does is deals with berries and farming stuff. So, so what ends up happening is sometimes if you can get a really good lucky wood line to do with the storage pit, sometimes you can get an elephant near that and do the elephant eating right next to the wood and be given that convenience pretty much, yeah. So one thing that you'll notice now is that our friend here is doing is he's making some clubmen from his barracks, right? So in terms of early game aggression, it's a lot more normal to see clubmen being used in, say, militia in AoE 2. As you know, in Age of Empires 2, there's a big plethora of different military comps you can do in the feudal age, right? You can go men-at-arms archers, you can go regular archers, you can go scout cavalry, you got options, right? In Return to Rome, it's a little bit more standardized. It's pretty normal to at least see 1, 2, maybe 3 clubmen come out. They're pretty cheap, they're only about 50 food. And they actually have a bonus against cavalry too, which, you know, that's one thing that the militia and man-at-arms line does not have in Age of Empires 2 is a multiplier against cav. So technically your clubmen are pretty good, and once you hit you get into the tool age, the second age, you can actually upgrade them into axemen for a very cheap price of 100 food, and then they become even better. So notice here how his opponent is already sort of rushing in with slingers and bowmen. Believe it or not, the slinger, even though it's a range unit, is actually trained from the barracks. And it's the only unit in the game, only military unit I think in any Age of Empires title, except maybe AoE 4 if I don't know, they actually cost stone. Yeah, I bet you didn't know that there's a military unit that actually costs stone in this. It's actually the slingers. And what the slingers do is they actually are kind of the same as the skirms in AoE 2, so they actually counter archers very good. And it looks like he combined them with bowmen, since bowmen are much more specialized against villagers and infantry. So combining slingers with bowmen gives you a pretty tough range unit composition to counter pretty much. So Yeah, that's why we see this archery range here, and why our friend here is actually garrisoning the archers inside of the archery range. I should call them bowmen, because there's no such thing as archers in this game. You got bowmen. That's what they're called, bowmen. And then later on in the Bronze Age, you can get another unit called the Improved Bowman, which is like a stronger bowman that costs food and gold instead of food and wood, so it's not a trash unit. And then you can upgrade that to the Composite Bowman, so I should probably start calling them bowmen here to keep up with the game and everything. Yeah, I bet you didn't know you actually get trash unit archers in this game too, the bowmen. Yeah, but if you want to use the later game Bronze Age variant, the Improved Bowman, the Composite, just note that that will not be a trash unit. They'll actually cost gold, so. Yeah, trash unit wars in AoE 1 are pretty weird, because in some ways, a lot of them are just plain old tool age units and don't get any upgrades, so they're kind of trash. And then you get some that are actually a bit better, like the Chariot Archer, which at least is a Bronze Age unit, so it's a little bit stronger. And then you got the Chariot line, the War Chariots, which you can actually potentially upgrade in the Iron Age to the Scythe Chariots, which is probably one of your best trash units. So yeah, in some ways, a lot of the trash wars are going to be kind of underwhelming for you. And in other ways, you're going to have full-blown chariot wars in the late game with just food and wood, which is pretty cool, you know. I believe in this mod patch that they use for Return to Rome as well, they did add an upgrade to the Scout, the Improved Scout, so that you would actually have a late-game Scout upgrade, thus you would have a late-game trash unit melee cav in the event that you don't have access to the chariots in your roster, because not all factions get chariots, only some do. So the ones that don't get chariots need some sort of hand cav to suffice. So the Improved Scout is actually that option for you, pretty much. And it kind of looks like a Centurion almost, I believe. And yeah. Notice here how the bowmen are starting to press into the archery range now, forcing our friend here to back up a bit to defend. I see he's taken some of his slingers and bowmen off to the side here so he doesn't lose them, which is a pretty smart idea, NGL. It really is. He is going to get some Scout Cavalries, it looks like. Those will be really good here. Scout Cavalries will do really good against any sort of ranged soldiers. So if he can get a big batch of the Scout Cavalries, he might be able to beat them. Or he could just get Bronze Age Cavalry too. Bronze Age Cavalry is another option. Yep, they do get access to the Cavalry Rhinoceros, right? Doesn't have a lot of options right now, so he's just going to go for the plain old Cavalry, I guess. From what it looks like in the tree here, he does not get an upgrade to Cavalry with his Civ, so he'll have to probably move to Chariots a bit later on. Oh wow, they have Heavy Camel as well, so they did add a Heavy Camel upgrade to this mod as well, so that could potentially be another option you could do in the late game too. Because remember, in regular Age of Empires 1, you don't actually get to upgrade your Camel Riders into the Iron Age at all, but it looks like they ended up fixing that, so Civ that have access to camels and have good bonuses for them, like the Carthaginians and stuff, can actually make some good use of them, which is nice. I just don't know what, okay, so he's going to push in now with the cavalry, and then he's going to come back in with his ranged troops and try to beat them. Yeah, he should be able to beat his massive archers right now with cavalry. Cavalry is a gold-costing Bronze Age unit, so you know that's going to beat ranged troops quite easily there. So yeah, it looks like he was able to turn this whole battle around very quickly. And now it's going to be Purple who's going to have to rethink his strategy now. He also made it to the Bronze Age, so it's not like it's GG or anything. It just means he's probably going to have to change things up a bit and, you know, prepare for the next steps, I would say. Yeah. For sure. Yeah, cavalry is a good unit to make in the Bronze Age if you're running low on food or wood, I would say. Even if you can't upgrade them, because there have been times when I've played like the Lockvied and the Hittites before, when I just didn't have the food and wood that I wanted to spam out a bunch of chariots, so I just threw in a few cavalry with them, and it always went rather well. So can't say that it's a bad idea to do. You know what I mean? I would say probably cavalry could be thought of as sort of the night line in Age of Empires 2. So just be aware of that. Oh man, looks like he missed a slinger and he's already attacking his buildings. Imagine if he lost a stable for like, yeah, he's gonna make a cav to like clean that up. How many cavalries has he got? He's got about 4. And here comes this big mass of ranged slingers and archers behind him. I see he's got some vills here too. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! Look at that. He lost all but one of them. You better get him out of there. Thankfully, vills in this game run pretty fast away from troubles, so unless you're being hunted by cavalry, you can usually stay away from, an untimely death if you're smart. That being said, this is what I was talking about before, the composite bowman. This is an upgrade of the improved bowman, so this is your non-trash unit archer. And it's the best sort of foot archer you can get in the game. You don't get any other upgrades in the Iron Age at all, so in terms of just foot archers, you don't get a lot here. In terms of late game, all your late game Iron Age archers are all going to be mounted onto something. It's either going to be the horse archer, or it's going to be the elephant archer. Elephant archers, of course, being the mega tanks, and then the horse archer being the faster one with a bit more damage. Yeah. Yeah, now we'll see what happens with these composite bowmen now. Looks like he's pressing in right now, in real time. Now, will cavalry and chariots be enough to combat that? We'll see. One thing to note, whenever you're playing AoE 1 or Return of Rome game, you gotta research the wheel tech from the market before you can actually start making them. So it's not like you can come right into the Bronze Age and expect to start spamming chariots. You actually need to get the wheel tech done, and then you can start making them. That's why you saw at the start of the match, start of the Bronze Age there, he was making cavalry, because cavalry you don't need any special techs to do. It's right available right in the Bronze Age. If you want to do chariots though, you got to do some research for that to make it happen. So yeah, that's why you saw that. Now what's going to happen now is we're going to see this big army of composite bowmen try to control the battlefield here, while this stone throw in the back starts to gradually siege away at his base. And now we see the chariots start to try to push in against the bowmen. Now question is, will that be enough though? Because what he's going to do is, well, he's making melee chariots, he's also going to be making chariot archers in the back to provide some cover fire for them too, right? Now the good thing is chariot archers again are a trash unit, which means they don't cost gold, which means eventually purple can actually run out of gold and no longer be able to make composite bowmen, whereas with chariot archers you can make them into infinity and beyond. Like, you can make them for the rest of the game. Yeah, he got destroyed though, man, pretty much. Yep. GG. GG, well played. Good try, though. Good try. Sieging away at those houses now, it looks like. Now he's going to fight away at those vills now. Yeah, I mean, they seem to be doing pretty well. It's not even a war map either, right? So, yeah, it's pretty impressive seeing a water-based civ like the Phoenicians do well here. Get out. Yeah, good game. Good one. Yeah, I'd be happy to look at another one with you if you're going to potentially do some more practice. It's very rare I get to expose my viewers to Return of Rome stuff outside of Comp Stomp. So it's always good to show people this stuff. Guess we'll find out in the long run. See what else we got here for game options too. What's this? This is going to be Land Nomad? Oh, I'll join this one too. Oh, what's it they're going to do this time? I'll play, who should I spectate, you think? Do teal or pink? Or purple? Is that pink or purple? I can never tell. Alright, yeah, I'll watch Bongo then. Good. Yeah, you can tell. Yep, he's got the berry low. Yeah, that's something you should learn about casting games in RTS. It's always best to do it's always best to watch the highest seeded opponent because it gives you the most takeaways for the viewers. And it also has the most enriching gameplay as well. Yeah, basically. Yeah, in general, you always want to make sure when you're like casting RTS stuff, you always get high-seeded gameplay because it's going to look better and it's going to give you more stuff to talk about. You don't want all these Lars level players that, you know, take like 10 minutes to build a barracks or something. Well, not quite Lars, but like really bad players that, you know, are like in kindergarten almost in terms of their skill level. You don't want to cast that. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. Maybe there's a low elo. There actually is a category for that called low elo legends that people like. But yeah, in general, you usually want to like look for high level gameplay, pretty much. Oh wow, look at that.
Yes.
We got Chosen. The Chosen ones. Wow. Believe it or not, they're also the Orochronissiv too. They're the Orochronissiv of the Roman era, yeah. Oh, he's gonna go Romans now, so we got Romans versus Phoenicians. This should be fun. Romans are mostly good at infantry and siege. And towers. Towers, siege, and infantry. They also get access to chariots, melee chariots, but not the chariot archers. So that's cool. Kind of similar to the last game. Build order for Return of Rome is use 2 vills to build a house, just like you would in regular AoE 2, and then build a granary right away under the berries. Yep. Basically what Return of Rome managed to do is they took the chaos that was Age of Empires 1 and tried to standardize it a little bit more while still keeping some of that quagmire and confusion in there. You know, because in order to really be good at Age of Empires 1, you had to be willing to deal with a lot of chaos and a lot of randomness with the map spawn. So they kept that, but made it a little bit more standard how you would start, right? While you might sit there for a while looking for which ammo you're going to eat, at the very least you knew that your berries are nearby, so you can at least eat that, and you know that you have straggler trees nearby. Because one thing that you'll note a bit different than Age of Empires 2 in terms of wood in the build order, you don't build your storage pit till much later. You actually start the game doing straggler trees, which you normally wouldn't do in AoE 2. I mean, you can do it in AoE 2, depending on your situation, but yeah, basically in this game, straggler trees is your required start. You don't have enough wood for a good amount of time before you can actually get a storage pit down somewhere and build a formal wood line. So, yeah, I figured I'd point that out. It looks like Bongo already found his elephant, which is good. And he found his other elephant right over there, which is really nice, in this spot over here. So he's just looking for the right angle, and he's going to bring that one in as well. He's pretty lucky to find the elephants, because as I said before, the elephants are a lot more predictable. As long as you don't lose a vill to the elephant, and you're smart about that, they're the best huntable to get. They're not like the deers that, while they don't kill your vills, they basically kill your mind, trying to get them to go to where you want to, basically, yeah. Sometimes with the deers, I get so flustered by them that I'll actually build a storage pit right in the middle of them just to eat them all, because I'm like, I'm not dealing with this garbage, man. I'm just building a storage pit right here, right now, and doing it. Obviously, it's not a solution you can do every time, but if you got a wood line nearby, you can sometimes justify that. Just, you know, get them near the storage pit enough and try to eat them around there. Yeah, because this is what I mean right here. Notice how I never thought that you could actually do that. So what he ended up doing was he ended up throwing the javelins into the animals where they stood, killing them effectively, and then he built the storage pit right where their corpses are. That's a pretty good idea. I should do that if I play Return of Rome with some people again. I should know to do that. I should say, you know what, if there's a wood line nearby, I'm going to throw my spears, potentially have some of the meat decay, but at the same time know that now I have the animals exactly where I want them to, and my Vils can drop them off super quickly. Drop off the steak meat right away. That's pretty nice. That's a pretty nifty trick, honestly. I never thought of that, but I probably should have. Now we got some Vils chopping the wood, some chopping the deer. Has not went into the second elephant yet, but sure enough, probably will. Going into the tool age right now, it looks like. About halfway there, living on a prayer. Yeah, still in the berries too. Yeah, to me, Return of Rome was always just like Age of Empires 2. But with more strictness to it. More strictness in the sense that you really can't mess up too much stuff here if you want to win. In AoE 2, it feels like you got a little bit of a window of comeback, but in Return of Rome, there's a lot more of doing things, you know what I mean? A lot more making sure the animals are in the right spot, making sure that you can find the animals in the first place, making sure that you have some decent buildings down to protect yourself, since your Townslayer cannot shoot arrows. I did mention that. Townslayers cannot shoot arrows in this. They can hide your Vils, but they can't fight back. So if you don't have military, and somebody else does, it's actually GG for you, because there's no way to like counteract that. It's not like Age of Empires 2 if you have like a couple of men-at-arms and archers. The Townslayer will just go boop, 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 with the arrows and just wipe them out. Here, those axemen and bowmen will just sit there and slowly crunch apart your TC. And while you can take your Vils out to use their little clubs or their swords and fight back, they'll surely die very quickly to it. So you got to be really on top of military in this too, making sure you time everything just perfectly. Yeah. Now I don't know what he's. Oh, he went with the forward base. I just noticed that here. So he's got 2 archery ranges and a barracks, right? So slingers out of the barracks and bowmen out of the archery ranges, it looks like. Yep, just like he did in the last game. Looks like in this sense, the opponent with the... Oh, wait a minute, no, that was... Yeah, no. Longo's the one that lost last game, right, I think? Yeah, because I think the same person's doing Phoenicians again, so yeah. Kind of a similar comp now. We got Slinger and Bowman versus Slinger and Bowman right now, so very similar stuff right here. It's going to come down to really good micro and who can basically land in more hits without taking as many hits themselves, like this. Notice how he's taking advantage of the spawn, the waypoint of the spawn, to try to snipe down archers as they're coming out. That's one way to build a numbers advantage over your opponent and then be able to engage directly with them. Also, not wasting any time in attacking houses. That can be something you do here, because buildings are not necessarily as sturdy as they are in Age of Empires 2. If you have enough ranged troops, you can actually target down houses eventually, which is kind of nice. Also, it looks like Bongo did set up a watchtower there as well, which you actually don't get access to right away in the game. You actually have to research a technology from the granary, the building that you drop off farmable food and berries from, to actually get access to towers. And you have to do the same thing too to get access to walls too. So yeah, there is no such thing as a palisade wall in Return to Rome. You just get a stone wall that you actually have to unlock at the granary. It's a pretty cheap price. It's not expensive, but from then on, if you want to like upgrade the walls or upgrade the towers, you have to get more and more expensive, usually food and stone costing technologies there, just to be able to get sturdier towers and walls pretty much, yeah. And it's, I think, the only place you could conceivably garrison a villager that can fight back. Right. But obviously the vills will not improve the arrow count, it just keeps them safe, and then, you know, the towers just do their job. It's pretty normal for people that can get a lot of stone to just like have like 50,000 towers and a huge wall. That's something that MCMR used to do to me when we played OG Age of Empires 1 on Game Ranger. He would like build a huge like gigantus fortress of like 6 layers deep of towers and just like hold a line of them against me, which is a little bit scary, but it's the way it is, yeah. Yeah, Teutonic Fortress. Hopefully the lobby does fill faster a bit next time. Yeah. Yeah, it's always tough on streams because I'm willing to sit there and talk for a little bit, but we gotta make sure we see a lot of moving parts eventually, you know, like either I gotta be playing a match or I gotta be watching a match like this, otherwise people get super duper bored and tired and like, I want to go home basically, and yeah. Is Bongo there, or... Yeah, they'll have to wait till he gives the confirmation. Can also make bow with low stone. Yep, true. Actually, I'm not going to say that. No, I don't, because then they'll think Bongo is back. Yeah. Yeah, that is a true fact, though, that if you're low on stone, Bowman is probably your next best bet for a ranged trooper. For sure. The only reason you make slingers is just so you can gain a edge against the enemy bowman, pretty much. Kind of like Age of Empires 2 when you have archery ranges and you're making archers. And I think put house forward is Titanic. Full housed. Yeah. Sorry, I guess. Oh, so it does say who the player is. Alright, so I could have said, yep, or whatever. Yep. Alright, so now we got slingers and bowmen making a move onto the buildings here. Yep, right in that spot. Looks like he's trying to break through the wall right now. As well as, this structure here, too. Pretty much, yeah. So why do you build another house there, it looks like? Yep. Oh boy, here he comes again. Here comes the slingers and the bowmen. Let's see what happens here. See what happens in this little skirmish. Now, one thing the purple does have to avoid now is he has to avoid this tower. This tower is quite dangerous, so yeah, he's going to have to avoid that as much as possible. I think he already broke through a segment of the stone wall, right? Yeah. Yeah, it looks like he has to get into position now. Might make it a bit harder with that tower foundation there, though, because it seems like sort of it gives purple a bit more mobility to defend now. Sort of. And another thing worth mentioning, too, about towers in this game is towers actually cost nothing but stone. So if you have, like, 0 wood, believe it or not, if you have 0 wood, you can still make towers in this just because the full cost of the tower is actually stone. Looks like purple was able to push out Bongo and is literally chasing him down right now, even as the tower is slowly grinding into his troops. Send 4 bows to his base. Yeah, that would be a good idea, actually. NGL, that's pretty smart. Yeah, it's something that higher level players can do. Not only can they defend, but they can send little contingents of troops into the enemy base and be able to utilize their hotkeys enough to be able to micro inwards, yeah. Pit. Yeah, probably telling them to put down a storage pit there for the wood line or something. Yeah. Kind of the cool thing about Return of Rome is you actually do not need gold at all, because there's literally nothing to do with gold in Return of Rome until you get to the Bronze Age. So you can basically ignore gold in the early game entirely, because all your units, except the Slinger which costs stone, is classified as a trash unit. So Scout Cavalry, Bowmen, Axemen, all trash units. So yeah, you don't even need gold for that at all. And all you need the stone for is just either towers or the slight cost for the slingers, or walls. So if you don't plan on using walls or towers, you definitely don't need stone either. So you can just worry about food and wood, which I think makes it a lot easier for players in this game to be able to manage their stuff, because it's not like they have to micromanage a bunch of resources like you have to sometimes in AoE 2. You don't have to really worry about that part till you get to like the Bronze Age and stuff. And even then, depending on what the situation is, you might not even need to worry about it then either. Because if you're going to go chariots or something, obviously you're not going to need gold or stone for that. It's only if you're going to go for things like cavalry, swordsmen, you know, hoplites, something like that, that you're going to have to worry about that, or siege. So yeah, definitely. Spend wood. Oh, he's floating wood, I guess. That's not good. One of the most important rules of all RTS games, do not flood resources. If you got a bunch of something, either spend it up quick, or trade it for something else at your market type building. It's like the smartest, wicked smartest thing you can do. And that's using a Boston accent. Wicked smart. Yeah, so speaking of which, it looks like Purple will actually do some raiding. But Bongo prepared ahead of time and he has some towers down there to do that. Now in this situation, because there's so few units, Bongo could conceivably get the club zone and start attacking the bowman directly. Like that. Yep, see, he is going to be able to knock him over the head with the club like Fred Flintstone and knock him out, which is good. Yeah, that's sort of what your villagers are like. They're like Fred Flintstones almost. because they literally just pull a club out and try to knock you over the head with it. Even if you're in the Iron Age, even if you're in the age where you have like Centurions and Legionaries and Catapult Triremes, no, they'll still pull out their little Fred Flintstone club and try to knock you out like Yabba Dabba Doo on you, so that's pretty neat. That being said, though, looks like Bongo did lose his forward base. He really can't arm up too much here, which means he is going to be going into the Bronze Age now and getting some Bronze Age units, right? So what can the Bronze Age Romans do against Phoenicians? They can kind of do what we saw in the other game with the Babylonians. They can actually make chariots once you get the wheel tech from the market. Yep. So that's probably what we're going to see here. He's getting the wheel, right? No, he's getting gold mining first and then maybe the wheel after that. Looks like. So yeah, definitely. More gold. You see another forward base developing up in the north side here now, pretty much. Looks like the swordsmen are pushing it now. Looks like the swordsmen are doing a good job attacking all the villains there. I want to see the whole battlefield at this point and see where all the swordsmen are. So we got a contingent over here, a contingent over there, and then we got one attacking over here and one sighting this out. Yeah. Swordsmen are kind of a weird enigma in Return Rome because they start out as regular swordsmen and then right away you can research broadswordsmen, which is, you know, the upgrade that makes them look like more of a Hellenistic Greek soldier, basically, right off the bat. So normally it's better just to research broadsword right away since the upgrade's available to you and to never go in with just plain old swordsman because it's literally a weakened stat fight pretty much. The only reason you would ever do that is if you were like running low on resources and you just needed to fight. But more often than not, if you're planning on ever doing swordsman, just get that broadsword upgrade in, and if you don't have access to it for whatever reason, don't even make swordsmen. Because at the very least you need broadswords pretty much to make it worth it. His timing is too good. Yeah, he timed that really well with the barracks there. Good timing attack with his swordsman. To basically cut down Phoenicians before they could really do anything there, yeah. Pretty good. Very nice indeed. Are they doing any other ones or what? You also gotta look at the other lobbies too in case we have to go into something else. Masters RPG. I love Masters RPG. This is an awesome mode, awesome scenario. This I'll totally do. It's like a true classic. I used to play this thing all the time on HD edition. It's really fun. Yeah. I'll probably just go Malians for cavalry attack. Yeah, I would always play cavalry in this, so I'll go Malians and go Cav, I think. Oh, this is like a tower defense. I didn't know. I guess Malians I'll stick with. Probably go Kev. I think this is my first time streaming a Masters RPG thing for you, so this should be fun. I think I'll get the Savar. Just so if people want to have anyone join or whatever. They added a bunch of the DLC units to this. They had the Lloydows, Fire Archers. This is almost like all DLC stuff, pretty much, yeah. Yay, I'm an elite Savar now. Yeah, so far so good, so I'm not too worried right now. I should definitely charge the Grenadiers for them, since I'm a cav unit. Take advantage of my high HP, speed, and big attack. Steppy Lancer here. Run, 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 run. Try to get the siege now. Salim el Glim. Salim the Grim. So I'm finally a hero now. Hero Savar.
blessing of the Rain God and will fight with the skill of 10 normal men. These warriors shall receive the blessing of the Rain God and will fight with the skill of 10 normal men. Receive the blessing of the Rain God and will fight with the skill of 10 normal men.
Oof. Ugh. I've got a little too greedy. A little greedy. A little greedy. That's usually the way I'm in Masters RPG, by the way, Cap. I get into fights I shouldn't be in, and then I end up getting completely cooked. Like Captain Cook, yeah. I'll go for Iron Pagoda then, since it's really good in melee. I'll just go Battle Elephant then.
These warriors shall receive the blessing of the Rain God and will fight with the skill of 10 normal men.
Mihila Boha. Yeah, if I can't do good in melee, I'll just get a good one against range.
These warriors shall receive the blessing of the Rain God and will fight with the skill of 10 normal men. These warriors shall receive the blessing of the Rain God and will fight with the skill of 10 normal men. These warriors shall receive the blessing of the Rain God and will fight with the skill of 10 normal men.
What do I even do now at this point? No idea.
We are saved. These warriors shall receive the blessing of the Rain God and will fight with the skill of 10 normal men. We are saved.
I'll look for another cab to get too. Maybe Tarkin would be good.
We are saved.
Manaspa seems to be the best one to go with, so if you lose the units, you get more of them. Basically. Why am I stuck in here? Oof. Yeah, I've never done this one before. I've always played traditional Masters RPG, but I've never done the tower defense variant before. It's literally just like the scenario, but it's all into a TD. Yeah, it's, yep, the OG one. Are they gonna rehost it, or, I don't know, we'll see. Got here. Ooh, free-for-all arena. I like that a lot. Yep, I always try to stream my games where possible. It's part of like a large stream, usually like between 8 to 9 hours of content. if I can't like dedicate to a full stream, I'll usually just record little matches 1-on-1 and then publish like 5 of them a day. That's usually what I try to do, anyways. Bulgarian supremacy. Yeah, I like the Bulgarians. You know, they're a good civ in Age of Empires 2. They're also really good in Wars of Liberty, if you know how to use their special cards. Yeah, Bulgarians used to be like one of the most OP civs in Wars of Liberty until they, you know, standardized them, I guess you could say. But even then, their Samara banner cards are really good.
Yes.
筑工。
喂，正确，粮草征收人。
什么？建筑工。何主命令？
什么？
准备就绪，粮草征收人。何主命令？什么？遵命好。准备就绪。建筑工。喂。什么？何主命令？准备就绪。明确。建筑工。喂。建筑工准备就绪，粮草征收人。什么？建筑工，粮草征收人。喂，何主命令？什么？猎人。喂，遵命。好，正确。何主命令？粮草征收人。准备就绪。遵命。何主命令？粮草征收人。什么？确。遵命。确。粮草。遵命。正确。正确。遵命。遵命。正确。猎人。准备就绪。遵命。建筑工。建筑工。为伐木工。准备就绪。
准备就绪，猎人。何主命令？行，正确。
何主命令？猎人。
喂，正确。猎人。
工。什么？请遵命。
准备就绪。
何主命令？正确。猎人。
什么？
好，猎人。喂，请遵命。建筑工。准备就绪。伐木工。什么？何主命令？
何主命令？准备就绪。喂，
好，您遵命。伐木工。
何种命令？
准备就绪。建筑工。为伐木工。什么？为何主命令？伐木工。什么？明确。建筑工。建筑工。建筑工。建筑工。建筑工。建筑工。建筑工。伐木工。建筑工。什么？建筑工。准备就绪。建筑工。
什么？建筑工。
为建筑工。何主命令？建筑工。准备就绪。建筑工。为建筑工。什么？建筑工。何主命令？建筑工。建筑工。准备就绪。建筑工。什么？建筑工。为 确，建筑工，建筑工，什么？遵命正确，建筑工，何主命令？遵命伐木工，遵命伐木工，建筑工，喂，建筑工。何主命令？建筑工。喂，建筑工。
准备就绪。建筑工。什么？建筑工。喂，建筑工。
什么？伐木工，准备就绪。建筑工。何主命令？建筑工。
什么？
什么？遵命。好，行。
喂，建筑工。准备就绪。建筑工。建筑工。何种命令？建筑工。准备就绪。建筑工。
准备就绪，行。正确。
喂，建筑工。
什么？建筑工。
何种命令？建筑工。建筑工。
准备就绪。建筑工。喂，建筑工。
什么？好，行。遵命。建筑工。喂，伐木工。建筑工。建筑工。建筑工。什么？建筑工。建筑工。何种命令？遵命。建筑工。建筑伐木建筑工。 准备就绪。建筑工，建筑工。喂，建筑工。
喂，遵行。
什么？放工。准备就绪。建筑工，建筑工，建筑工。
何种命令？建筑工。
何种命令？建筑工。
建筑工。什么？建筑工。喂，建筑工。何种命令？建筑工。
准备就绪。建筑工。何种命令？建筑工，建筑工，建筑工。建筑
建筑工。什么？建筑工。建筑工。建筑工。建筑工。
喂，正确，建筑工。
为农夫。建筑工。建筑工。建筑工。
什么？建筑工。何种命令？建筑工。什么？建筑工。
准备就绪。何种命令？建筑工。
喂，建筑工。准备就绪。建筑工。什么？建筑工。准备就绪。建筑工。
为建筑工。
喂，伐木工。何种命令？伐木工。
什么？
建筑工。建筑好。建筑工。
建筑工，建筑工，建筑工，建筑工。何种命令？建筑工，建筑工，建筑工。
为建筑工，建筑工。准备就绪，
为正确。建筑工，建筑工。
何种命令？遵命。好，请好，准备就遵命。何种命令？请遵命。
何种命令？
伐木工。什么？建筑工，建筑工，建筑工。
什么？好，准备就绪，遵命。好，遵命。好。什么？遵命。好，停，是，准备就绪，遵命。好。
Alright, let's see what happens. I want to see Bryn's fight the Byzantines here. Alright, so basically for the Britons, their best comp is Halberdier, Longbow, and Treb. The Halberdiers sort of guard against cavalry charges. The Longbowmen have a super long range, which makes them good against infantry, other archers, and buildings. They can hit buildings too. And then in the back you usually put trebuchets, since trebuchets are a good super long range siege. And they can do quite a good job. Now, one thing you gotta make sure of, make sure you keep the Helbs in a position to guard against the Hussars, which move very quickly. And also the heavier forms of cavalry like the Cataphracts and the Paladins, they'll be a bit hard to knock out pretty much. Yeah. Looks like right now Bryns are using their range advantage with the Trebs and the Longbows to try to take out the archery ranges from range. And looks like the Helbs need to come in to try to protect against the siege rams. In addition to cavalry, siege weapons like Trebs have to worry about siege rams, since siege rams actually have bonuses against other siege weapons. So it only takes a few pegs from the ram to actually knock out a Treb. So you have to be super duper careful with that pretty much, yeah. That's why you're seeing these little convoys of siege rams over here coming up on the side to try to ram down the Trebs. Because they know, if they do that, basically they'll be able to take out a whole column of Trebs pretty much and push it back. Because as you can see here, the one thing that siege rams definitely benefits from is having like infinite armor against arrows. So basically every arrow that hits a siege ram is only doing like one ping to it. It's like pinging one damage. So it takes like a whole barrage of like longbowmen just to take out the rams for a number of seconds, giving the rams time to attack the Trebs and giving them time to like push on those castles too. Castles are the most important thing to try to protect, since they cost stone, and as you know on these maps stone is not infinite. So if you lose a castle it could be hard to replace later down the line. Same thing with Trebs, you know, you lose Trebs, run out of gold, run into some problems. Now gold is a little slightly easier here because you could potentially find some relics and add them to your monastery like I did before to basically be able to get that gold. You could also defeat a player and trade with their market, and that will give you a lot of gold as well. It's another thing you can do basically. Which I should have deleted my market there, and I don't think I did. I did not delete my Mercado. So green could potentially take advantage of that if you want to. Yeah. I think in large numbers Cataphracts are just going to do better than the Longbowmen, if they can connect. Because the thing is, Cataphracts actually get splash damage through the technology Logistica, essentially allowing them to damage multiple units closely together at the same time. And pretty much that means that the Cataphracts, as long as the formations are pretty tight, will usually win out. Another cool part about the Cataphracts as well is they have bonuses against infantry, and they also have a property where they take less bonus damage, so things like camels and helps end up doing less damage to the Cataphracts than they would, say, due to the knights and the hussars, making them good in just about almost any situation. The only situation where I've seen them get shredded quite a bit is probably against like samurai and stuff when you're facing Japan. Basically the Nintendo OP effect pretty much. A lot of interesting maneuvers here with the cavalry. I like how he's like wedging them in to get past the infantry and go right into the archers. So smart. Particularly because hussars are a trash unit that only cost food. So whenever they can go into those longbowmen and wipe some of them out, it means Brins are losing gold units that they could potentially not be able to replace later. Pretty much, yeah. Though I will say, from the looks of the map size, they do have some golds they can get, like this one. Trying to see if there's any golds left they can get. There's one over here with the stone. Yeah, so there is a little bit of gold left to go around. And of course, you got the relic economy, which I mentioned before as well. But do be aware, because I forgot to delete my market, Green might use that to his advantage. I don't think he is. He looks like he's still just mining as normal right now, but rest assured later on he might end up using that. Should be pretty bad. Seems like longbow infantry is winning out right now. Yeah. With such little stone on the map, he really can't afford to put another castle down there again. So he's decided, oh, he is going to put another castle down, but yeah, basically, in this situation, to make up for the lack of trebs, now we can start to add champions in, since champions not only are good in general combat against infantry, as well as other things because of their damage output, but champions also act as a siege unit because they get a high amount of damage, plus with arson does even more damage to buildings. Turn them into a really good siege weapon pretty much, yeah. very expensive. I guess you could say that. But after you lose so many trebs, it does get a bit costly, I guess, at the end of the day. Honestly, kind of surprised he's doing towers, though. It's not really... I don't think it's really the Britons' strong suit, right? If I recall correctly, the Britons don't even get access to the keep at all, so I don't know why he's doing towers exactly. Yeah, the Celts get keeps, but I don't think that the Britons do. Plus, the Celts only get the Bodkin arrow, right? They don't even get bracers, so I mean, they're not even good in that situation. Quite an interesting battle, I would say. I think Britons will win out though in the end from the looks of it. They seem to be making some headway with the longbows and the helms. And they still have trebs as well that they can use to bust down those gates and start pushing in deep. Now, if you're Byzantines, you might want to actually consider sending some trade carts over to my base and using that market. just so you can fight back with a lot of cataphracts. It's one of the best ways I would think you could beat this comp, is just spamming tons and tons of cataphracts into their formation, trampling the helves, and then going right after the archers in the siege. It's one of those OP things that the Byzantines gets, is cataphract spams. They do have cheaper trash unit. Well, not necessarily cheaper trash units. They get cheaper halberdiers, cheaper skirms, and then they get cheaper camels, which is not a trash unit, so scratch back on what I said there first. But yeah, in general, they can go pike skirm very easily, you know? It's something they can actually afford quite well. But in this case, since you're dealing with such long-range archer units, I don't know if going pike skirm is the best thing to do. What I don't think is the best thing to do is going trebs when the enemy's right there. Because look at that, look what he's doing. He's running in with the halves and completely slicing through his siege weapons. Cutting them to ribbons at that point. Now what he's doing with the cataphracts is smart, because then he can sort of just cut through the archers and reach the trebs and everything, and use that splash attack to his advantage. That will probably set back the Brins a little bit. But going with all those trebs, what a waste. Could have had extra cataphracts up there, and he probably could have cleaned house up there. But now, you can't do that, can you? No. Looks like now, yeah, looks like the Biz were able to defend. Look at that. Wow, wow, wow. They were actually able to defend that. They were able to drive him out. Not bad. Not bad at all. You know what I'm saying? Now, I don't know why the Bryn player is actually doing Cavaliers here. That's a little bit silly, really, you know? Because it is an expensive knight unit, so, I mean, I don't think I'd want to burn through my gold as the Bryn's making Cavaliers. I'd like to keep doing longbows and siege with all that gold. That's at least what I personally think you would want to do. Now going in with hussars, it looks like. Yeah, Carifrax Supreme. Yeah, Carifrax Supreme. Look at these Carifraxers doing a great job. Kinda wish he would win after Brins first so I could build up. Would make things go a little bit nicer. Yeah. Well, one thing it really is going to be fun to see is what did the Chimeras do. They're going to have a ton of time to collect gold and with their relic and have a ton of ballista elephants. Whoever wins this duel is going to be in for a big shocker, I think. That's if the Chimera player is competent. If he knows what he's doing and gets like a ton of ballista elephants with some battle elephants, starts pushing on all the positions, I think you're going to see a good victory from the Chimeras today. If not, it'll probably be the Brins. Let's go siege into that castle, I bet. This one over here. This one. Surely but slowly getting there. Slowly but surely getting there, I should say. Yeah. What now? Hussars and siege rams? This is when you want to basically clip off these units and get them in their own sort of control groups. Yeah, because it's a shame to have a fast unit like that have to move so slow with the rams unless they're trying to protect them. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's better just to branch the rams off, let them go where they're going, and have the cav go out and start hacking down archers and bills and stuff where possible. Now, is there any way the Biz could potentially break out of this mess? I don't know. Brins would have to lose like a ton of gold in these matchups, I think. Yeah. One thing's for certain though, it definitely benefits the Biz that they have some bombard towers though. Those will be able to wipe out some units. But only if they hit the archers or the trebs. It doesn't really matter if they hit the help, since those are trash units. And food and wood is like dime a dozen in this game. So it doesn't matter how many halberdiers you take out as skirms. It's really, you know, the longbowmen, the arbalisters, the champions, the knights. That's the stuff you want to focus on destroying to starve your opponent out. Looks like now he's getting arbalisters. I see some mixed in now. But he's got to be able to stop and shoot the helbs though, because he's getting shredded by him right now and he's just running right into the archers. It's like losing so much units so quickly. The battle's still going on. I didn't even turn the volume down back to 8. Oopsie doodles. Oopsie doodles. Yeah. Hopefully you heard me talking. No, I bet you did. I bet you did. Yeah. But yeah, I usually try to turn it down to 8. I had up to 12 when I was eating. I had to eat some food. It was going to go bad today and I didn't have any time, so like, you know, I'm going to have to eat it now and just fork it in. Some old mashed potato stuff. Finally resigned, I see. What about the Khmers? What are the Khmers gonna do now? Do they have elephants? Yes, they do. They got bow elephants, arbalesters, skirmies, but no ballista elephants. What's up with that? They're gonna need that. They're gonna need ballista elephants. Lots of them too. Get some gold right now and get the rest of them. You'll have some gold here too. Now the real final battle begins. Trying to attack siege workshops or skirms. Not the best move, but okay. Let's see what he's got. He might just go in there with archers and just shred his elephants with that. Wouldn't be the worst idea. Not really, no. Not at all. And they'll shred the skirms easily too. Actually, everything in that army is not that good against the massive archers. Just saying. See what I mean? Look at what he's doing to him. He's completely wiping out his entire numbers with those things. Oh, yep. Pretty much. Pretty much. Ooh. Now he's got the ballista elephants. That's what he needed before. He needed like a bajillion of those things. With maybe like some siege in the front to protect his stuff. But yeah. But now he's aiming it super duper weird and he's gonna lose them all easily. Which is so bad. Yep, he's dropping them like flies now because he's just not aiming them correctly. You got me again. What do you mean you got me again? What did he do? Must have been gold or something, I bet. Yeah. Mystery could be a fun one. Mystery is always, yeah, I can imagine a free-for-all on Mystery is going to be super long because of all those trees we're going to have to cut through and the path through and stuff. Yeah. Better be ready for a long one here. Gonna get another hour before we start, though. That's for sure.
Attack player 7. Attack the enemy with battle elephants. Attack player 7. Attack player 7.
I'm ready to start. Let's do it. What civ did I get? I got Jurchens. Ooh, that's a good one. Well, I actually like that one. That's a really good one. I like the Jurchens.
什么？
粮草征收人。
准备就绪。好，行。建筑。
Get some more vills onto the berries.
什么？粮草。
Oh yeah, I forgot on the Jurchens. The Jurchens meat does not decay, so I can actually sit there and be really suboptimal with my food, and I'd be totally fine.
Yes.
It brings out the worst in people. Yeah, that happens to me when I'm like on Discord. People try to sell me like artwork, and it's not even artwork. It's more like a fart work because of how bad it looks. It's like, who would ever pay money for artwork that looks like that? It's just, it's even worse than an NFT. It's like, who is gonna pay somebody actual monetary money to get this stuff? It's like utterly horrible. It is. It's like, I would never pay for that. Yeah, it's like crazy.
准备就绪，猎人，喂，何种命令？喂，正确，何种命令？猎人，准备就绪，正确，正确，正确，正确，正确，正确，猎人，什么？猎人？何种命令？建筑。 好，猎人，猎人，什么？准备就绪。何种命令？准备就绪。伐木工。 准
Start with 3 TC now, and I'll probably go to 4 TC once I get the stone for it.
准备就绪。建筑
何种命令？建筑工。
什么？
谁？建筑工。建筑工。
何种命令？
矿工。伐木工，正确。建筑工。建筑工。建筑工。建筑工。建筑工。建筑工。
喂，正确。建筑工。准备就绪。建筑工。
准备就绪。建筑工。什么？建筑工。
何种伐木工？建筑工。建筑工。建筑工。建筑工。什么？建筑工。
喂。伐木工。何种命令？建筑工。
喂。建筑工。
准备就绪。建筑工。建筑工。建筑工。建筑工。
准备就绪。建筑工。
Going 4 TC now.
何种命令？喂，建筑工。
I'll just go up here now and start building up that TC.
建筑工。
何种命令？建筑工。为。准备就绪。建筑工。什么？建筑工。
什么？建筑工。准备就绪。建筑工。喂。建筑工。
为。建筑工。什么？建筑工。建筑工。建筑工。建筑工。建筑工。明确。建筑工。
何种命令？建筑工。什么？喂。建筑工。
何种命令？建筑工。
何种命令？建筑工。什么？建筑工。
Probably time for that now. The bow saw, not the bone saw. Like I used to always call it the bone saw for some reason. It's a bow saw because it looks like a bow.
准备就绪，建筑工，
伐木工，建筑工，建筑工，建筑工，建筑工，建筑工，建筑工，建筑工。
3 on pop. It's good to keep track of so we know how many vills to get. Just drop that back off at the monastery now. Start getting some farms over there. Yeah, basically I'm trying to surround this area with like vills so I can like set up some sort of a defense pretty easily. I want to get villains everywhere. Let them move some buildings up there too.
准备就绪。建筑。准备就绪。建筑。
Just keep building, I guess. Put a middle castle here. So I put up a castle up on the top side too. Kind of the best comp you can get with the Jurchens is Iron Pagoda Cav, Fire Lancers, Grenadiers, and then the Rocky cards usually. And then you can throw in bomb cans too for siege, or trebs, depending on what your needs are. They also have heavy scorps and siege rams as options too, and then they can do step lancers, halberdiers, and hussars mainly for good units, and then elite skirms too. Don't really want to go crossbow. Heavy cav archers probably has very limited application with the Civ, but you could hypothetically do it. Technically. Just saying. It's probably not the best thing. Since they don't have party and tactics. I'm just gonna get all my good units out first. Yeah, I don't think I can do this. The Goths are pretty powerful. You know, that infantry spam is pretty notorious. That's what got me, you know, was the constant bashing and spamming of infantry. Goths trained their infantry so fast, it didn't matter how much high-powered, high-tech gunpowder stuff I had, I just wasn't able to keep them in the choke area that well. Yeah, so what is it now? It's gonna be, yellow, probably. Well, yellow's fighting red right now. Yellow is the Mongols. He still has Mangodai, right? And Hussars. Looks like he's being weeded out, though, by red. Who's got the, Portuguese, or the Portuguese, as like some like to call them. The Portuguese. And you know why they call them the Portuguese? Because of the Federias. These wonderful buildings. They trickle, everything. Stone, wood, food, and gold. So literally everything. Well, the only civs that can trickle stone. So, yeah, late game Portuguese is something to be reckoned with. Yep. You better deal with Portugal. Portugal is super cancerous. Portugal could like spam gunpowder into the super duper late game and throw in bomb towers too to boot because they never run out of stone, provided they have enough Federias, which is super cringe and messed up. Oh, it is. I mean, it literally gives them so much infinite power once they get so many Federias and they've accumulated with them. Big time. Like turns them into a real monster civ. They seem to right now just be doing trash war stuff with light cav and halbs, but sure enough, yeah, they can get some gunpowder too with those Federias. They can get bomb cannons, they can get organ guns, they can get hand cannons, they can get champs. They got a lot of tools in their build pretty much. What is he trading off of? Oh man, he saved Blue's Market. Oh boy, that's going to be a real painful one to look at. The Dragon's a 200 IQ one though, he's just sort of trading here in the background while everybody else sort of, you know, withers away. The biggest one we'll have to watch out for is the Portuguese though. Yeah, just wait till it's gray versus red. Portugal Federia stuff versus a huge line of trade like that. As the Slavs. Well, he's the Slav, so if he gets that much gold, you know how much siege he's gonna have? He's gonna have like Angers, he's gonna have Scorps, he's gonna have Rams, Trebs. It's gonna be pretty messy, and then as far as the Drahuznia is concerned, he's gonna have like infinite champions and Boyars too. Man, I can't believe people still play these games. Yep, big time. It is true, man. You know, people still play good old Age of Empires 2. It's like a really awesome game. For people, you know, just being born around the 90s and stuff, it must feel really nostalgic seeing this stuff. Yeah. I was born around 1998, so I believe Age of Empires 2 was already out at that point. AoE 1 was definitely out. Yeah, well, yeah, I think Age of Kings was out the year I was born, right? It must have been. That was like the very beginning, before Age of Mythology, before AoE 3, before AoE 4. Yeah, I think the Conks came out in 2000, right? So definitely, yeah, definitely AoE 1 was out when I was around, but can't remember the timeline on Age of Conquerors and stuff. It's like one of the best RTS games of all time, AoE 2. Looks like Gray is already pushing in with Boyars. Look at that. Look at that. He cut away in with some Siege Archers. That sneaky little ninja. I would have waited until, you know, everybody else was out. See, Gray, no trade here. Teal, though, he's trading. Oh, he is? Oh, yeah, he's trading because, I guess what? I forgot to delete the market again. But Gray is trading an even bigger trade route. Look at that. Everybody's trading. Everybody is trading. Yeah. Insane. Everybody's trading. When it comes to a gold-fed Goth versus a gold-fed Slav, I think the Slav wins. Because the Drahuznia on the helps and the champions just makes them better against the Goths. Doesn't matter how many they can spam in, that splash attack is just going to lead to better fighting results across the board. Is anyone even... Well, there's this little tree line here, and then red would be at teals at that point. Yeah. I can't even see how much gold he's like collecting off of that trade because I'm not a spectator. Looks like Teal was the one that ended up cutting in. Just wait till you see a huge spam of halberdiers now coming out of there. Yep, halberdiers and hussars. Yep, just spam halberdiers into oblivion and have a few bomb cans in the back to siege the barracks down. That's literally it. Yeah, Govset just has that innate advantage because the halbs are super cheap and they train very quickly. So yeah, pretty much it's literally just an infantry spam civ, just about. With some good stuff like gunpowder that they can rely on. Didn't know they had heavy scorps as well. That's another plus for them, I guess, in terms of siege. Yeah, all they have to do is... I don't even think they even need scorps. Just do halberdier spam, overwhelm their positions with that, and then just use the bomb cans to blast their buildings. That's all you really need to do. Just keep that hotkey going for the helps. That's it. Just making sure the bomb cans don't go in too deep and get sniped. Seems like scorps are somewhat helping though, but without the siege engineers, they are gonna have to, you know, push in a bit deeper and a bit riskier to be able to assist the helps. Pretty much, yeah. Now in this situation, it looks like basically the Portugal is not gonna do very well, just because I don't think they have enough gold to get the hand cans. Well, now they're getting hand cans, I see, but they're definitely not aiming them correctly. They're running them right into the helps, which is super duper bad. If you're Portugal right now, you need to get hand cans, and you gotta start protecting them too. Get like a nice wall of hand cans, maybe some organ guns. That's how you're gonna beat out these helps. You're not gonna beat them out, but you're gonna basically hold them back, so you can think of a way to push. You know, like using the bomb cans to attack their siege, keeping that line of gunpowder going, and then using your helps to sort of push them away, pretty much, yeah. It's tricky for sure. Yeah, but I will say, probably for my predictions, Slavs will most definitely win the match, though. Because once the Goths get to that point, when it's Helb versus Helb, the Slav Helbs are just going to win with splash attack. You know what I mean? Like, you could have a ton of Goth halberdiers there, but Slav ones are just going to be able to, you know, hold the line against them just through their splash attack and be able to keep up with their numbers that way. terms of straight raw battles. Now we see the hand cannons coming out for the Portuguese. That's what we need to see from them if they're going to hold the line, potentially. That does even deal with the siege. You know, we see bombkins, we see trebs, some scorps. You're going to need to make sure your bomb cans are all set with that too. And you'll probably need bomb towers too. Yeah, get some bombard towers out there so you can essentially, you know, hold the line against potential pushes. You know what I mean? One of the things Portuguese are supposed to be doing really well on. Let me see how many Federias he has at this point. He has one of them, right? He has 1, 2, 3. Yeah, the Federias do cost population, so you can't just like build a bajillion of them. You know what I mean? So you have to be careful of that. Yeah, well, he seems to be holding him at that choke point for now. Let's see if he can keep it, though. Yeah. Are the Slavs gonna assist, or what? Slavs might end up assisting him. Well, if the Slavs get involved, you know that, if it's a 2v1, I think, then Goths are probably Well, any situation where the Slavs engage with the Goths, they're just going to lose. But especially if they're trying to hold off the Portuguese as well. Yeah, it's going to be virtually impossible to do at this point, yeah. How many castles is he? Look at all these castles. You know how many castles that is? That's like really scary stuff. You know how he's doing it. Basically, the Slavs get a bonus that makes their castles cheaper. So they can actually go for huge amounts of castles because they have something to offset some of the stone costs. It's not like the Franks bonus where they just get straight up cheaper castles. For the Goths, it's basically some of that stone gets offshoot into wood, pretty much. So you still have to pay a good amount. It's just so you don't have to do it with the resource that you know you can't really get outside of trading for it at the market after a certain point. Yeah, once you get that wall of hand cannons, it seems to be very doable. Because then the helps can just be shot in unison as you're pushing through. Yep, he is pushing down here with bowyars and siege archers. Look at how many siege archers he's getting. Yeah. That's the one good thing about the Slavs is they get cheaper siege engines, so for them spamming a ton of siege archers like that is a lot easier than you would think it is. Yeah. It's quite disturbing actually how much of it they can spam in. Sieging away at the buildings I see there. I see he's doing the Huskarls again. Yeah. Well, Huskarls are going to be kind of good because of their pierce armor, but at the same time, hand cannons are one of the few range units that can actually effectively deal with Huskarls, just because they get anti-infantry bonuses, which means that, as well as the pretty high damage of the bullets, actually allows them to puncture the Huskarls' armor quite a bit compared to most range units where they can only do just about like 1 or 2 damage a hit. Yeah, it's almost as good as what the Mamluks and the throwing axemen can do to the Huskarls. And then they just have to push through all those buildings there. The siege archers and the tribs. Definitely helps having all those cheap castles as the Slavs, yeah. Looks like he's trying to move in this direction too to break the trade down, which looks like he did. Very smart. Without the trade, the Goths won't be able to make anything like Huskarls or champions and have to stick to mostly halberdiers. Seems like they're not even really resisting too much against the Slav siege right now. No. The sword just letting them advance. And mostly trying to push into the Portuguese still. Maybe they even notice what's going on yet. Could be. Now pushing with the boyars, looks like. Boyar's trying to go in against the bomb cannons now. Goths are basically wiped out here, right? Well, not really. I mean, they got a few villains, but he's not making a real effort to resist at this point, no. I don't know who's going to win Slavs versus Portuguese, though. Yeah, I think Slavs are just weighed back and let the Portuguese, you know, get beaten back by the Goths. And they could have had an easier break. Now against Portuguese it might be a bit harder since Portuguese have gunpowder units. So they can sort of, you know, hypothetically push back against boyars and infantry. It does seem like the Slavs are getting somewhat of a foothold, though. Be it could be pushed back at any time with good bomb cannon usage. For the Portuguese, they get the advantage of their gunpowder units having ballistics, so it's a bit easier to swivel those bombard cannons towards these siege launchers compared to other civs, really. Which is quite neat. Oof. Aw, man. Man. Oh, man. I wanted to join that. Can we do like a Black Forest free-for-all or something? Let's pray that somebody leaves so I can join that. Maybe I'll do Portuguese here just to show you how insane they are. Quite the OP Civ, I would say. I'll do Portuguese. Oh, post and page start. Ooh, okay. This is gonna be super duper whack. I like it though. Yeah. Super duper whack. Waiting on the Byzantine one to start in.
Construir, construir. Sim. Construir. Construir. Enviei. Construir, construir, construir.
Main idea now would be to do some helps with some hand cannons probably as the first start, and then just try to grow the Federias out as fast as possible so we can accumulate tons of bomb towers. Oh, this is King of the Hill. I didn't realize that. Try and get some workshops up for the bomb cans.
Esto pronto.
Estou pronto. Uai, vossas ordens. Sim. Uai, sim, não foi ordem. Construir. Sim. Quais são? Farei o ué. Sim. Entendi. Auxílios farei o ué. Sim. Olá. Construir. Quais são? Farei o ué. Sim. Auxílios farei o ué. Estou pronto.
Esto pronto.
Entendi, é. Construir. Construir. Sim, sim, entendi. Quais são as vossas ordens? Auxílios farei o ué.
Try to go for that center wonder now.
Farei o ué. Sim, avançar. Auxílios atacar. Avançar. Quais são as ordens? Sim. Auxílios atacar. Sim, entendi. Quais são? Farei o ué. Auxílios sim, farei o ué. Sim, caçar. Construir. Estou pronto. Entendi. Construir. Quais são? Sim, farei o ué. Auxílios sim, entendi. Quais são? Farei o ué. Construir, construir, construir. Uai, entendi. Construir. Construir. Ao seu dispor. Farei no way.
Estou pronto.
Construir. 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 Quais as vossas construir? Sim, farei do bem. Quais farei do bem? Farei do bem. Construir. 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 Estou pronto. Construir. 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 Ao seu entendi. Sim, entendi. Ao seu farei no way.
Estou pronto.
Sim. Construir. Construir.
Just gonna keep adding bomb towers onto this to protect it.
Quais as vossas construir.
I'll fit in another Federia there so we can keep up with production.
Olá, irei. Construir. Construir.
Quite good.
Construir. Construir. Sim, farei do quais são. Entendi. Ao seu destino. Farei do quais são. Entendi. Estou pronto. Minerar. Construir.
Sim.
Sim, sim, é. Construir. 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 Sim, farei do bem. Quais são? Farei do bem. Sim, entendi. Olá.
Olá.
Farei do bem. Sim, construir. Ao seu farei do bem. Sim, sim. Ao seu farei do bem. Quais são? Sim, vossas sim. Quais são? Entendi. Ao seu dispor. Farei entendi. Farei do bem. Quais são? Entendi. Sim, sim. Sim. Construir. Quais as vossas farei do bem. Construir.
At this point, I feel like I'm playing CBA Hero and just spamming bomb towers in front of the thing. Wonder if they'll try pushing me again. I guess they're not even gonna contest it at this point. No. Super weird. Biz will. Biz will try. He's gonna have to keep trying though. Yeah. And Red's coming in now too with skirmies. See if he can do anything. It really was a noob lobby after all. Just let me sit there and build for like that many seconds, man. That's like insane. Yeah, I mean, I did. I literally streamed it for YouTube. Not even kidding. Just let me sit there and build bomb towers around the King of the Hill thingy, really? They should have been on top of me as soon as they saw me putting bomb towers down. They let me get like whole rows of it. Insane, man. Yeah. Happy Red? What did Red do? Did Red try attacking everyone and basically allow me a free pass? I guess so. Trying to see if there's anything else good here doing here. Maybe a CBA. Yeah, CBA is cool. Should be all set now, right? Sounds good. Yep, pretty much. Pretty much.
Attack player 7.
We're on 7. Oh man, we'll have to wait for somebody new then to come to town. Ooh, I got the woo. Woo woo woo. Woo woo. This is an old map, it doesn't work. Yeah, I'm not getting units. What's going on, man? Bugged version. The Chinese zips don't work. Yeah, this is messed up. This many weeks of the DLC, yeah. Oh man. Yeah, this is an old map. Should make sure you get an updated map, man. Yeah. I don't even know what these people are hosting at this point, yeah. Yeah, I don't even see anything I'd want to join at this point. It's like everything's been picked over. Yeah, pretty much. Honestly, at this point, you know, I gotta do some work stuff for tomorrow, so I might just call it quits here. Oh yeah, definitely. For sure. Thank you for everybody that showed up today. It was fun. Got to do some cool lobbies. Found out that they have a tower defense version of Masters RPG. That was pretty neat. Got to do some arena. Got to do some CBA. Got to do some crazy other free-for-all stuff. And it was pretty good, you know. Gotta keep trying more and more AoE2 stuff. And I'm sure we'll find some other good lobbies. And maybe I'll even improve a little bit. Who knows? Yeah, but anyways, thank you for showing up today. It's always a blast being here with you all. But definitely I'll say signing off now. See you on the